The gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Great start for King's Leap from an outside post. King Kali splitting rivals. Clever Forever is also between rivals in a joint third with Tony O as they go around that first turn. It's King Kali with the lead. King's Leap is on the outside in second. Tony O tracks in third. Jansen is in fourth. St. James towards the inside, covered up in fifth. And Clever Forever's at the tail of the field and about 5 lengths off the lead. As they transition to the Finger Lakes backstretch with 6 furlongs to go, it's King Kali with the lead by a long neck. King's Leap poised outside in second. Tony O behind the rivals, the co-leaders in third. And then in fourth, that is Jansen. A length and a half back to Clever Forever, who's deep on the course in fifth and 4 lengths off the lead. And 3 parts of a length back to St. James, who trails the field. As they run to the half-mile pole, King Kali, the lead to 3 parts of a length over King's Leap. The chalk in second. Tony O and Jansen are third and fourth. Clever Forever will be wide around the far turn in fifth, 3.5 lengths off the lead and under a ride. And St. James is at the back of the pack and 4 lengths off the lead. 2.5 furlongs to go in the opener. King's Leap makes his move on the outside of King Kali. And these two more or less on even terms as it's Tony O who angles to the outside in third. Jansen further out in fourth. And then it's St. James towards the inside, saving lots of ground as they got 3/16 to go. It's King's Leap who shrugs off King Kali in upper stretch. Tony O bearing down on the outside up in the second. St. James in fourth, soon up into third. 16th to go. It's King's Leap who leads by 2 lengths over Tony O. It's King's Leap, the 4-5 favorite, who wins by 3 parts of a length. Tony O second. St. James third. King Kali fourth. First race was named, and they're off. Tad slow out of the gates, Snowbank. It's Sadie War Lady who rushes out for the front end. Tail to tail, displaying speed up the inside in second. Funny Forecast outside of her in third. A length and a half back. Digital Currency, Red Blinkers in fourth. To the inside of IMEV. And a space of 4 lengths to the trailer. That is Snowbank. Top 3 within a length of each other as they make the entry into the turn. Tail of the tail has the lead. Sadie War Lady defers in second. Funny Forecast now up into second. A gap of about 5 lengths to IMEV. Passing Digital Currency, and Snowbank is at the back of the pack and about 10 lengths off the lead. A quarter of a mile left to travel. Tail of the tail has the lead by a couple of lengths. Funny Forecast is on the outside second. City War Lady a distant third as Snowbank attempts a minor rally outside of her into third, but many lengths off the lead of Tail the Tail. Tail with 1 furlong to go has the lead by 3. Funny Forecast outside second. Everyone else seems to be going for minor awards. It's Tail the Tail. Tail of the tail, your winner. Funny Forecast second. Digital Currency rallies for third. Snowbank fourth. $6.12. Dime Superfecta $14.70. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Hop at the start for Awesome Roberta, who's last. It's Island Ride who sends out for the lead. Deezer Rocks in a hurry up the inside. Mommy Joe Dreams in between those two in third in some tight quarters momentarily. And then a gap of about 8 lengths to Shelley, who's to the inside of Awesome Roberta at the back of the pack as they run to the half-mile pole. It's Deezer Rock who's made the front end, has a lead by a length. Island Ride rates on the outside in second. Mommy Joe Dreams spying on the speed in third, 2 lengths off the lead. A space of 7 lengths back to Shelley, who's 3 lengths in front of Awesome Roberta. First quarter mile is pretty quick, 22 1/5. 2.5 furlongs to go. Deezer Rock has a lead by 3 parts of a length over Island Ride, who's niggled upon. Mommy Joe Dreams gets every chance. Splitting rivals up into second. Shelley's in fourth and about 7 lengths off the lead and under a drive as they reach the top of the stretch. Deezer Rock has the lead, but Mommy Joe Dreams looms large on the outside, and these two square off with 1 furlong to go, and Deezer Rock is game along the rail, and Deezer Rock opens up again by a couple lengths over Mommy Joe Dreams. It's Deezer Rock who will be victorious. Mommy Joe Dreams second. Shelley a distant third. Awesome Roberta fourth. Scratches or jockey changes. Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double Wagering. And the 4th race kicks off the late 50-cent pick 5. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Giant Impact, Wisecracker, these two rush out for the lead. Smoking It Up, it's in between those two in third. And then it's Well Suited, deep on the course in fourth. American Days in second last, and then about 6 lengths to High Water Mark, who's at the back of the pack. Wisecracker clears off by a couple of lengths. Giant Impact defers in second. Smoking It Up, the Grays in third, 5.5 lengths off the lead. A length and a half to Well Suited, who's in fourth to the outside of American Day, and about 7 lengths to the trailer, High Water Mark. About 5 furlongs to go, they race up the backstretch. Wisecracker setting a decent tempo on the front end, the leads 2 lengths. Giant Impact shadows that one outside in second. Smoking It Up's in third, 4.5 lengths off the lead. Well Suited in the midst of a rally outside in fourth. A length and a half to American Day, who's about 5 lengths in front of High Water Mark, who's at the back of the pack and under pressure. Entry into the far turn. Wisecracker, Giant Impact first and second. Smoking It Up's in third, a length and a half off the lead. Then 4 lengths to Well Suited, who's nudged upon in fourth and not responding at this point in time. American Days towards the inside, and 3 lengths back to High Water Mark, who trails the field. As they arrive at the quarter pole, Giant Impact has the lead over Wisecracker. Smoking It Up, now Well Suited getting on track, goes to the grandstand side as Well Suited, as they got 3/16 to go. Smoking It Up takes over. Well Suited is the danger on the outside, and even further out, it's High Water Mark, who was dead last up the backstretch. 3 chances here, 16th to go. Smoking It Up, Well Suited, High Water Mark on the outside. Here comes the winning line. Well Suited will get there in front. High Water Mark second. Smoking It Up in third. American 50-cent pick 3, $17.12. Fifth race at Finger Lakes. Scratch number 4. Price is Truth. Put Luis Perez in number 6. Fine 8. And they're off. Solo Flight, Bright Angel, Extraordinary One, first, second, and third early on. Break the Fall, the favorites in fourth, then about 6 lengths back to the trailer. That is Neptune Beach as they lean into the first turn, and the entry mates are first and second. Bright Angel has the lead by just about a length. Token pressure from Extraordinary One outside in second. Solo Flight tucked it in third, 3 parts of a length to Break the Fall in fourth, and then about 2.5, 3 lengths to the trailer, Neptune Beach. Less than 6 furlongs to go as they travel up the backstretch. Bright Angel has a lead by 3 parts of a length. Extraordinary One prompting outside second. Solo Flight, green blinkers towards the inside in third. Break the Falls in fourth, and 3 lengths off the lead, and 2 lengths to Neptune Beach, who's at the back of the pack. Half mile to go, no change in the order. Bright Angel leads by a length and a half over Extraordinary One. Solo Flight tries to probe through at the fence in third. Break the Fall, the favorites outside in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead, and Break the Fall starts to advance with 3 furlongs to go up into second. And Neptune Beach is under a drive at the tail of the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Bright Angel and Break the Fall are now first and second. Solo Flight up the inside in third. Extraordinary One shuffled in fourth, and Neptune Beach trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Bright Angel and Break the Fall. Solo Flight will try and squeeze through at the fence. Almost 3 across the track, but now Break the Fall strikes the front with the final furlong to go. Bright Angels in second. Solo Flight had the shift to the outside in third. 16th to go. It's Break the Fall. Break the Fall, the 2-5 favorite, scores by 3. Close for second. Bright Angel holds second over Solo Flight, and then it was Neptune. Break the Fall. Regular double $9, consolation double $5.6, $5.70, exacta 15 leg 8. And they're off. Looks like a pretty good start. It's Rockin' Money who blasts out for the front end. Scales of Gold advancing towards the inside. Western Wolf is now poking the head in front. Western Wolf 3 wide gets that lead. Scales of Gold second. Rockin' Money shuffled a bit in third, a gap of about 4 to Resistant Futile in the 4th spot. And then Sway the Jury, One Vision on the outside advancing. And Mr. Sugar Daddy's in the 8th and trailing position at about 9 lengths off the lead. Entry into the turn. Western Wolf to the outside of Scales of Gold. These 2 battle for the top spot with 3 furlongs to go. Rockin' Money nudged upon in third, then in fourth, One Vision as it swayed the jury towards the inside 5th, 7.5 lengths off the lead. Mr. Sugar Daddy's out of last. Resistance Futiles at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Scales of Gold has the lead. The lead's now a little over a length. Western Wolf is all out in second. Then it's Rockin' Money. One Vision's on the grandstand side, and fourth and is Mr. Sugar Daddy. They run to the 16th pole. Scales of Gold has a lead by a length and a half. Over Western Wolf, who's on the outside second. Scales of Gold at 9-1 prevails. Western Wolf second, third. One Vision. New England bred Scales of Gold. 21.60 the winning mutual. Double $30.40. Exacta 73.50. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Starship Tango broke well and sends out for the front end. What's My Category is towards the inside, and now King Phoenix from the back of the pack able to advance up the rail and gets that lead by a widening 2 lengths. What's My Category stalks in second. 2 lengths to Starship Tango third. G Munning's off the pace today in fourth, and a couple lengths to the gray. Love That Bird who trails the field. Entry into the turn. King Phoenix winging on the front end. The lead's 5 lengths. What's My Category in chase mode second. G Munning outside third. Starship Tango reclaims third. Starship Tango in the midst of a rally on the outside of What's My Category. And at the back is Love That Bird, who's starting to warm up to the task as they're all trying to catch King Phoenix. King Phoenix into the stretch. Has the lead by about 7 lengths. Starship Tango not giving up on the outside. And Love That Bird with a chance as well. 1 furlong to go. King Phoenix is fatigued. The lead's only 3 lengths. Starship Tango, Love That Bird, second and third. In deep stretch, King Phoenix, Starship Tango lunging late. Starship Tango wins. Close for second. King Phoenix or Love That Cent tries. $17.87. Dime Super $4.40. Eighth and final from Finger Lakes. And they're off. Good start from the rail. Soul Imperatrice goes out for the lead in Permanence, flashing early speed. Journey of 5 in between those two now drops back in third. A gap of a couple lengths to Artemis Girl from 6 up into 4th to the inside of Glory Bound Clara. And a length and a half to Floral Oats, who trails the field and is about 10 lengths off the lead. Soul Imperatrice has lead by 6 open lengths. Journey of 5 stalks in second, and Permanence, White Blinkers outside third. Artemis Girls in fourth. Then it's Glory Bound Clara in 5th. And then 2 more lengths back to Floral Oats, who's at the back of the pack, but starting to get into the race. It's Soul Imperatrice with a 1/4 mile left to travel, who has a lead by about 7 lengths over Journey of 5, Glory Bound Clara, Artemis Girl towards the rail, and then it's Floral Oats, who's on the grandstand side. The black cap, Soul Imperatrice, has a lead by 4 lengths over Journey of 5, and then it's Glory Bound Clara towards the inside with Artemis Girl in deep stretch. Soul Imperatrice wants the finish line. Glory Bound Clara, Artemis Girl, here's the finish. Looks like that's Glory Bound Clara, but that's a photo. $35.60, 50-cent try, $20. Ladies and gentlemen, with pride, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. A Wednesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track is fast. First race in about 60 minutes at 1 p.m. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, a jockey change for number 1, Love Thyself, to Andre Worry. Andre Worry on number 1, Love Thyself. Second race, do have a scratch at number 4, Solo Act. Number 4, Solo Act to scratch. Number 3, One with Everything, is 1 pound over. Third race, jockey change on number 4, Jackson Avenue, to Andre Worry. Andre Worry on number 4, Jackson Avenue. Fourth race, jockey change number 1, Goldini, to Heeman Harkey. Heeman Harkey on number 1, Goldini. Jockey change at number 4, Reckless Place, Luis Perez. Luis Perez at number 4, Reckless Place. Fifth race, jockey change at number 2, Disco Dancer, to Nazario Alvarado. Nazario Alvarado on number 2, Disco Dancer. Race 6, scratch number 7, Tiz Donegal. Number 7, Tiz Donegal is a scratch from race 6. Jockey change on number 3, Kingdom on Pause, Stephen Frett. Stephen Frett on number 3, Kingdom on Pause. Number 8, It's Not Over Yet, 3 pounds over. Seventh race, scratch number 2, Nikki Brainburst. Scratch number 5, Bald Kitten. Nikki Brainburst, Bald Kitten, both scratch from the 7th race. Eighth and final, just some overweights. Number 2, Banker Murray, 4 over. Number 3, Kitty of War, 1 over. Number 4, Staged Conflict. The rider is 4 pounds over the assigned weight. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Track is listed as fast. Don't forget to join us this Saturday for simulcasting of the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Cards from about 10:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. Belmont Stakes goes off at 7:04 p.m. There'll be advanced Belmont Stakes wagering the day before here at Finger Lakes. So make your plans now to join us on one of the biggest days of the year, not just in New York, but in the United States. The Belmont Stakes card. Catch it all here at Finger Lakes. Got about 56 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Batice going over this Wednesday card Man, it's been a fun week of racing. I'm finally getting some warm weather too. I mean, today I think it's going to be up in the upper 80s. Watch the pollen. It's probably very high because I know it's affecting my allergies. But yeah, not affecting the way the horses are running. We got some fast times lately and some really impressive efforts. One thing I got to mention, yesterday I got to give a congratulations to jockey Luis Pena. Luis Pena earning his first career win. Congratulations to him. He did in the fifth race. I believe it was fifth race yesterday. Got his first career win, that for trainer John Grabowski. How about having him for a mentor? One of the best riders ever at Finger Lakes. Well, he got his victory aboard his horse. So, as you see, Saratoga starts today for their short week meet. I guess you could call it the Belmont Stakes week at Saratoga. They start on Saturday. Will be the Belmont Stakes. We'll have all that action here at Finger Lakes. You want to come here, watch and wager on all the races at at Saratoga. Still got to get used to that. And then next year they'll be back at Belmont. But yeah, we got all the action right here. You can watch and wager. I'll be here, so you can come hang out with me and we'll play some Saratoga. Actually, I'll be doing security. Anyway, yesterday, actually the last 2 days, inside has been playing pretty good. I know we've seen some horses win on the outside, but if you analyze the racetrack and a lot of the winners, inside speed has had an advantage in a lot of these races. Keep an eye on it today. Could change as we go on through the week. This will be the last day of the racing week. And we will start off here in the first race. And the first race, we have that early pick 5, has a mandatory payout. Remember, the late one has the carryover, if there is a carryover. But this one, the early one, it could pay 4 out of 5, 3 out of 5, depending on if anybody hits it. Well, looking at this race, and I am leaning a little towards speed here, at least early in the card, because She's a Freud goes an extra furlong today, but the fact that this horse came out of the box and won, I mean, she was the speed of the race. It wasn't that strong of a claiming field that she beat, so she was expected to win that day, and she did at 4.5 furlongs. Sometimes you come off that layoff and it's 4.5 furlongs. You know, you get these horses that have a high rate of speed. How do you go against them? I mean, even if fitness becomes an issue, that's why we run the 4.5s the first couple of weeks of the season. It's an advantage for a horse like this. Now, with that said, she might have got something out of the race as well, making her first start of the year. So she may have needed that race, and making her second start, she'll be that much sharper. And now she's facing a much tougher field, but she will retain that tactical edge. She looks like the speed of the race, and it's a question of can they catch her? I don't think so. If the track's anything like yesterday, they don't. Troubled Luck would be the best shot to beat her. I mean, Love Thyself's going to be the closest to her early from the inside, and if the inside is playing strong, she might have a chance to hold her position and maybe to make a run at her, chasing her. But Troubled Luck looked good in victory last time. It wasn't like she had a perfect trip either. She overcame a little trouble, had to go wide, and then still be a little bit easier field. If there was any other speed in here to go with She's a Freud, I would have took Troubled Luck on top, but there really isn't. Love Thyself isn't as fast as She's a Freud, and neither is Love My Candy. So, Troubled Luck may not have anything to run at, but maybe at 5.5, she could still chase her down. Hypnocurrency is more of an underneath type. She stays at the level while some of these other ones are kind of moving in. They're kind of stepping up a little, in a sense, from claimers or from other conditions or coming off the layoff. Hypnocurrency actually ran in the condition last time and ran well. I mean, this horse hit the board as she normally does. She was on a little bit of a win streak if you go back to the summer of last year, but since then, she just keeps hitting the board against some decent fields. So I'd expect her to do again today, to do that. She's more of a stalking type horse. She needs to be somewhat close, especially at 5.5 furlongs. and she'll try to make a run as well. And you notice at this distance, this is her distance. 4 starts of the distance, she's never missed the board. Had to use her in the top 3. But I mean, you could also use Love Thyself or Mrs. Bell in exact. It's kind of like one of those things where if I'm looking at this race, who's going to play the race, if she's a Freud, looks like is going to be first or second. Troubled Luck would be the main threat to her. The rest of them are pretty much evenly matched. So, I would do the 5-3 with the other ones, or I just don't know if there's anybody else who's a win threat. Unless she's a Freud gets pressed early, I don't see it happening. Man, what is happening around me? Somebody's running a chainsaw or something outside my room. Maybe they're coming after me. Second race, 11,000 to 9,000 maiden claimer going 6 furlongs. We scratched the 4 solo act. So I believe that barn is still quarantined. Trojan Mule. If you watched the last race, now it wasn't a very good field, I'll say, for the 11 to 9 level. It's more like a $5,000 field. So I think that's the one downside for Trojan Mule. The positive is he was the best horse in the race. He should have won. He just blew the turn. And that happened, especially to a horse making their first start. It was on and off track, but he was going to win. So there are a couple negatives when saying that. Number one, it was an easier field. Number two, with that sire, he's supposed to like an off track, and he got an off track, and he's not going to get off track today. He's going to get a fast track and a slightly tougher field. Even with all that said, he would have been much the best last time if he kept a straight course and went on with it. So I'm coming back with him here, that I think he's going to win in the second start. Again, it's a little bit tougher. I thought the race came up a little bit tougher than that one. But he's also going to run better, and they'll make, I'm sure this outfit, they'll make some adjustments to after the horse blew the turn. You see that a lot. I think it was that Idle Gossip last year, the 2-year-old. First start, that one blew the turn, and then that barn decided to make some adjustments and ended up staying straight the next time and win it pretty easy. So I'd expect something similar here with Trojan Mule. For second, I got a little bit of a price. Awaiting trial, big price morning line at 8-1. Actually, the longest shot morning line at 8-1. And that's a horse that's, I don't want to say dropping in class, because those are 2-year-old races. He'll be making his first start as a 3-year-old for a tag. And generally speaking, yes, it's not a drop, but it is. He was running against special weights, and he was getting a little bit closer in his last race last year. And it was a pretty decent race that he came out of some of those 2-year-old races. They weren't doing very fast times, so you kind of discount the 114. That's generally what our 2-year-olds were doing last year. And it was a slower racetrack than what we have now at the beginning of this year. Horses that were doing 114 last year, they're doing 113 this year. It's at least a second quicker, it seems like to me, as we get into this season. The reason I like this horse a little bit in here is the lack of pace in this race. There is a true lack of pace, and this horse is a little bit closer to those 2-year-old races to decent paces on a slower racetrack. With that said, I mean, he doesn't show any speed per se, but does anybody else show any speed in here? Maybe Trojan Mule breaks well and he goes to the front end, but there is a true lack of pace in this race. Maybe Forest Manager shows speed. He's coming out of a route race. I don't know. They're from a pace standpoint, that's a big question in here, and could be a factor, especially if inside speed is pretty good. Saxon Story I got for third, but he possesses no early speed. He may find himself last early in a race that goes 47-3 for the half for 6 furlongs, or maybe even 48. Who knows? Well, if it was last year's track, it would be 48. Maybe 47 is what my prediction would be for the pace, but there isn't much in here. And he comes from out of it and has no early speed whatsoever. So if you like this horse, you might have to overcome a little bit from a pace standpoint, but also may factor in how the track's playing. So I went with a 6-2-1 in race number 2. pace is so important in some of these, especially a maiden race like that one. Okay, third race, an optional claiming allowance race. And looking at real quick, there is nobody in for the optional tag, so they're in for the condition, and it is the non-winner of 2 state bred. And it is the return of Sweet Anniversary. And that's very notable because Sweet Anniversary has done well here at Finger Lakes, so well that she's never lost here at Finger Lakes. So I have not much reason to think that she's going to lose today unless she just comes up a little short off the layoff. It is a belated start, as it is. We are in June now, and she was laid off in December, but she was running a few starts in New York. Yeah, that's the question. But she's done a little wrong. I mean, you remember her first career start here? She ran off the screen. So, and she was that good in every start here at Finger Lakes, especially the routes. Well, she comes back at 6 furlongs, and she does. She wants a little more distance than the 5.5 and 6 that she started off at, but she's better than these horses. And maybe she can make it 5 for 5. One interesting thing I see about Sweet Anniversary, she did run on the turf in New York. She's very well bred for the turf on the dam side, that I would expect this horse and see this horse later in her career, them trying her more on the turf, because I think that's what her better footing's going to be. She's just better than the horses here at Finger Lakes. But she could be vulnerable. If she is vulnerable, it could be today because it is her first start of the year. Fabulous Fox, yeah, she hasn't been as good as what we saw here at Finger Lakes. Maybe it's good that she's back at Finger Lakes because she did run a little bit better last time to be third. And if Sweet Anniversary just comes up short and doesn't have it, she's the one to beat her. I mean, Saloon Girl doesn't play. Dorothy Soul Dancer's off the layoff as well as Sweet Anniversary. So, by default, Fabulous Fox, if she improves off the last race, she's a big contender in here. Again, we just got to hope Sweet Anniversary doesn't have it. For third, I did use Dorothy Soul Dancer. Like her stablemate, she's off that layoff, and she's been off since November. But some of the races she comes out of, they're decent. She won the 1 state bred, and then tried the 2 last time, and wasn't that badly beaten against a pretty good 2 state bred field. I think she was getting better as the season was going on, and that's big. It's just a matter of how she comes off the layoff. She's got some good works, and she's another one to consider as a threat in here. Again, these Ferraro horses off the layoff, not all of them have been running. I think a lot of the ones that did the best early in the season were the ones that were training down at Tampa, so which makes sense. They had the more of the work, so they were a lot fitter. Okay, fourth race. Non-winners of race that's a date or never won for condition, going a distance of 1.70 miles. Kind of a tricky race. You got some horses off the layoff, going a route. Devil or Angel's only got 1 sprint to route. That's not a good angle that I like in here. Oh, I should have the 5 on top, not the 6. It was probably my mistake giving it to them. But I don't have Hot Rod Lincoln on top. I have the 5 Devil or Angel. Probably my mistake. Cabercoa opts to go here instead of Reckless Place, and I think that's a big positive. And remember when Devil or Angel stretched out last summer, ended up winning. So I'm going to go with the 5 on top, Devil or Angel, not the 6. He should be tough at the $5,000 level. The drop in class could be enough. The 1 entry, you got 2 for the price of 1, basically. Goldini, certainly as the back class. Harkey should be listed as the rider on this one. Although most of his best races in his distant past were on the turf. He's run good ones on the dirt too, good enough to beat these or at least be competitive with these. But yeah, he's a better horse on the turf. But at least he gets the distance. Again, like Devil or Angel, only a 1 sprint to route, but he should relish the extra distance. Get another one that's be fitness. Full Moon Fever. Well, he doesn't go sprint to route because it's the first start of the year he's going to be in a route. He's got some back class too, so at 5,000, it may not matter. So I'll go with the entry for second. Again, 5 on top in race number 4, not the 6, like the 5 on top. I have no way to contact them in the TV room. The 4, Reckless Place, is a question at the distance. He's well bred for the distance. He's got a 3:57 Tomlinson. He's been running primarily in sprints, but Koa does get off to ride Devil or Angel, but Koa's stablemate Perez gets on aboard, and again, this one's bred for the route. And one thing that you could say is he's got more sprints to route than Devil or Angel and Goldini and Full Moon Fever, who look like the main contenders. So maybe he could have a little bit of a fitness edge with the multiple sprints to the routes than the other 2 or 3 main contenders in this race. So going to go with the 5-1-4. That's 5 on one hand. All right, I'm not going to win that one. 5th race is a maiden race, and we have Exacta Tri, Super, Daily Double, and Late Pick 4 starting in this race. We got Naz Alvarado on the 2, Disco Dancer. Well, gray-haired Gus was in another county last time. He didn't break that bad. He just taken back to last. Maybe just didn't have a lot of early speed or didn't like the racetrack, whatever reason. He found himself with a lot to do, and he did make up a lot of ground in that race. I mean, he was a first-time starter for M. Anthony Ferraro that ended up winning the race. That one, I think, finished 3rd or 4th yesterday out of that race. It was an off track, and the other one was giving it up a little bit late, but this one made that move up the inside, made up a lot of ground, and now catches a pretty vulnerable field, pretty weak-looking field, and gray-haired Gus is, if he can improve, at least show a little bit more speed to get into the race, then I don't see any reason why he can't beat these horses. And you do have insurance in a well-bred stablemate in Racer X, who was cost $40,000 as a yearling out of a Day by Quality Road. That one could run okay here first time out against a pretty questionable maiden field. I mean, I don't think it looks that strong. It does look much stronger than the 11-9 maiden claimer. The 3, Sweet Julian, used for second. He faded a little bit in that same race. He's caught sloppy tracks the first 2 races of his career, so this will be the first time actually on the fast going. And it is a question of whether he liked the off track or not. I mean, there's some off track breeding in there. He's got some speed, so he'll be out there. So you look at it like, well, gray-haired Gus has got to catch him, unless gray-haired Gus gets, I don't know, he broke well, but I mean, at least if he gets into the race a little more. So Sweet Julian I'll use for second. A tricky read is the 6, Mama's Midi, who has got a good number for one of the races that he ran, when he ran against a $30,000 maiden claimers, and that was a good effort backing on. I mean, we're going back to the Saratoga meet way back last August, so this horse hasn't seen much action since the end of that Saratoga meet, and then into one race in September. That's the concern. Other than that, that second place finish would be good enough to beat these horses. Can he run back to that? I don't know. It's a long time away from the races. But then again, these are maiden. So I'm going to go the 1A, 3, and 6 in the 5th race. That actually is correct on your screen. Okay. Fighting a little bit of allergies today. At least we're getting the nice spring, summer-like weather, but this is the time of year for, if you're also an allergy sufferer, it's not a fun time. Scratch the 7, Tiz Donegal. Maybe it's still better than the mosquitoes we're going to see in a couple months here. Stephen Fret will be on the 3, Kingdom on pause. Numbers-wise, on paper, Iron Man Ira looks awfully tough against these, but it is his first race over the track. He's out of a stakes place mare. He's running against the 17s, and he's running competitively. I mean, he ran fourth, beaten less than double digits. That should put him right there against these horses. I mean, now he's stretching out to a better distance. That's not even his best distance running in a sprint last time. So now going to a mile, drawing the inside, you figure him to be tough. Again, it's a move here. It's at a reduced level. There's a reason they're running him for 11,000. I don't know the complete reason, because you would think that there's a good chance they're going to lose him. I would think so. So that's probably the red flag here, is probably going to be claimed out of the race. So they're not. So there's always a reason they run it at a certain level. But on paper, he looks to be the one to beat. Sometimes when they look too good to be true, they are. But there are a couple shooters in here that could have a shot at him, including the 5, Ice Time. Ice Time, very well bred. Talking about a Kentucky bred here by Keen Ice. And the Dam was a multiple stakes winner, although a multiple stakes winner on the turf. So I'm surprised that this horse hasn't tried too many different surfaces. I noticed was entered on the turf in an off the turf event, and that was a race that he won. So maybe he liked the slop. It'd be interesting to see how this horse would do on the turf. But anyway, doesn't have much for early speed. I think that's going to be the issue here. Going the flat mile at Finger Lakes, you do want to be in the race a little bit, especially when they hit that first turn pretty quickly. Now you find yourself with a lot to do. But if they back up to him, he's another one. He's running against the 16s. He's got to be tough at this level. The 6th Street Cop Officer, good enough to beat these horses as well. He's been running against mainly allowance horses. He comes back. He's not in danger of the claim because he's in for the waiver claim, which is a positive sign here that they're looking to protect him. I think he likes a little bit more than a mile, but it is only his first start of the year, and so fitness is going to be the issue for Street Cop Officer. Plus, he's up against a couple drop downs, but he'd be no surprise in here if he was able to win this race, considering that he's an allowance horse running for a tagger, and he is in for the waiver claim again. Again, that's a positive sign. 1, 5, 6 for me in race number 6. Always got to use Anthony Ferraro, especially this time of year. 7th race, scratch the 2, Nicky Brainburst, and scratch the 5, Bald Kid. I think the main contenders are on the outside. You got Annunciate, was very impressive in her maiden victory. And then you got Shaman Princess, who returns here, ran 3rd, was a beaten favorite when this one arrived here at the end of the last meet. The other thing with Shaman Princess is the only win for that horse was on the turf. Well, the only career win. But not like her numbers are that bad. They're still very competitive against these horses. So I could have gone either way with these two. Class-wise, Shaman Princess coming out of some pretty good claiming races in New York should run well against these allowance horses. Annunciate by Speightstown looked real good when she broke her maiden. I think she was up for auction for a lot of money, but never sold. The Dam was 2 for 2 on the turf. That's an interesting stat. Of course, the Dam's by Hard Spun. So, I mean, this horse is bred very well on both sides. They're probably surprised they got 3 to 1 on the horse the first time out. There's a half to the horse that won the Louisiana Derby Greatest Stakes. So this horse is even better bred going long. So I probably see a few sprint races as a young horse and then watch her stretched out. She could be a good one. I'm going to take a shot that she could win second time out, first time against winners, and defeat Shaman Princess, who's got all kinds of reason to win here. Actually, Shaman Princess is also better bred for route. More of a turf route for this horse, but definitely better route than sprint. And she's been going primarily sprint, so I'm surprised they haven't tried her longer as well. But, you know, her numbers and her class level good enough to beat most of these, that I think it's these two horses on the outside to have an edge on the rest of the field. And it is only 5 betting interests left. I mean, Out of the Cloud, I mean, she's running well for Victor Dean. She's kind of an underneath type horse, though. Change Order, she's not running numbers good enough to beat the 2 outside horses. Playing with Dolls would be the next best to me, because she's got some reason to improve off of her last year's form. It looks like she was getting better as the season went along, and then finally breaking her maiden at the end of the season. I mean, she's also facing a little bit easier horses as the season went on too, but I thought she was improving, and that happens obviously with young horses, young 2- and 3-year-olds. She was a 3-year-old last year, and if she improves even more as a 4-year-old, she's going to be a better horse this year. And now she has to face winners because she broke her maiden at the end of last year. But I think that could happen, and I think she could be very competitive right off the bench. But I thought her stablemate was better, so I'm going to go the 6-7-1 in race number 7. All right, 8th race. An 11-9 maiden claimer going 6 furlongs. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta is offered in here. Pretty competitive last race. I mean, you can probably narrow it down. I was looking at how the inside horse looked in her debut. She looked good. I mean, I think she was very compromised by the start, and it wasn't like she finished that badly. She still ran a pretty decent 4th. Now, I guess the question is, how good was that race? It's no worse than this race. I mean, she started off. I never like when they start off with the maiden claiming level, because you look at it this way. If you think your horse is good, you would try for the bigger purse in your first start. I mean, some of these trainers are sharp to know where their horses belong, and Chris Englart's one of them, and probably well spotted. So you don't expect them to run off the screen if they're running for a maiden claimer, because if they're that good, they should have ran for a maiden special weight. So I always say that. You'll always hear me say, horse wins by 10 lengths in a maiden claimer. You say, well, horse was misspotted. So she was perfectly spotted because she ran a good 4th, and that was overcoming a bad break. She goes first time Lasix today and could improve off of that start. I'm going to take her on top. Kitty Award actually drops after being somewhat competitive against maiden special weights, and this looks like a good spot for her. She ran 3rd behind a next out winner, and then faded last time. I guess a pretty decent field going shorter. I think she'll be better going 6 furlongs here anyway than those shorter 4.5, 5 furlongs. Some of those races, when we run 4.5 and 5, even if you get horses that are fit coming from other places, they don't have a lot of early speed, and they're asked to do something that they don't like, and that's forced to get into the race a little bit early by getting pushed and chasing, and then they don't run as well because they aren't relaxed with that one run. Their run is taken out of them early, so sometimes the distances for some of these horses, that's the problem. So I can see this horse running better going 6 furlongs, plus she's dropping, so she's got every reason to win race number 8. Sigma's Dream is actually stepping up in class after debuting at 5,000, but the debut was good. I mean, I guess the question is, how much better is this race than the 5,000 maiden that she was coming out of? Well, it wasn't that strong. I mean, it was 107 and change. But, and you'll hear other handicappers say this, it is a positive when the trainers think enough of them to step them up in class off of a first start instead of dropping him a class. Well, that's simple logic. I mean, that's not something anybody's coming up with. It's not rocket science, but it is a positive thing. And maybe they're just, it also could be that's just the race that came up and not the other one, and that was part of the schedule of the horse's training. But the race isn't bad. She ran a good second. The 107 isn't going to be much faster than if these horses ran 5.5 and went 107. So even though she's stepping up, I'm going to use her for 3rd. And I'll throw Banker Murray for 4th. She dropped last time to the 11-9 and was a big price in there. And again, didn't run that well, but she got caught chasing, forced to chase a little bit more than she's used to, where she's a better horse sitting back and making a run. So I guess that's what's the other thing that comes into play here is like the other maiden race early in the day, I think it's the second race, there's no speed in this maiden claiming race. So, I took that Army Mule horse in the second race. I think it was the second race. But this was the same thing. There really is not a lot of early speed. You're seeing that a lot in some of these maiden races. These horses just don't have any speed. Maybe that's why they're maiden claimers. I don't know. But there's a lack of pace in both of the maiden claiming races today. So I'm still going to go with the 1-3-6-2. Sometimes it doesn't matter. These 6 furlong races, not like they're going to go that fast anyway. All right, Joy today. Yeah, it's going to be a little warmer today. What did they say? Upper 80s? We haven't seen that yet this year. Usually by now in Western New York, we'll have a bunch of 80 degrees days. So it's finally just starting to warm up. Although it's crushing me because, man, it's really affecting my allergies. But get out there, enjoy the weather, get something to drink from our friendly people at the Wire down there. I think Shirley working down there will serve you some drinks and play some races. This is the last day of live racing of the week. Remember, we got Belmont Stakes Day at Saratoga. Actually, we got Saratoga racing all week along with the live Finger Lakes racing. Can't beat that. So you can watch a wager on that. You can play our races. And on Saturday, be right here for the Belmont Stakes. You can watch all the action, including that one. Our next live racing day will be Monday with a 1 o'clock first post. And I'll see you then.
Horses are coming on the track for the first race from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Love Thyself and Andre Worry, the jockey change. Number 2 is Mrs. Bell and Christian Navarro. Number 3, Troubled Luck, Luis Perez. Number 4 is Hypnocurrency and Jay Rohina. Number 5, She's a Freud and Kevin Navarro. And number 6, Love My Candy, Cabercoa. Track is fast, post time. In approximately 3 minutes. Approaching the gate here at Finger Lakes. And affiliates and mares have arrived at the gate. For the first race from Finger Lakes on a Wednesday. Track is fast, 8 race card on tap. She's a Freud goes in. Love My Candy to the outside. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Hop in the air at the start for Mrs. Bell. She's a Freud wins the break. It edges out for the lead. Hypnocurrency forwardly placed to the outside. A Troubled Luck for second. Joined by Love My Candy on the extreme outside in fourth. 2 off the lead. A gap of 3 lengths back to Love Thyself, who is to the inside of the slow starting Mrs. Bell. Those two about 5 lengths off the lead at the back of the pack. Entry into the turn. She's a Freud has a lead. The lead's 3 parts of a length. Hypnocurrency outside in second. Love My Candy sweeps up to the extreme outside, and Troubled Luck will try and probe throughout the fence. 3 more lengths back to Love Thyself in second last, and Mrs. Bell's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. She's a Freud, the first to face us. Troubled Luck needs somewhere to run in some tight quarters. Now shifts to the outside of She's a Freud. Hypnocurrency outside of her in third. 1 furlong to go. She's a Freud shaking up on the front end. Troubled Luck tries to run her down on the outside second. She's a Freud is game though, and She's a Freud's going to get there. She's a Freud in the opener at Finger Lakes. Troubled Luck second. Hypnocurrency third. Love Thyself fourth. Five, 3, 4, 1. Number 5, She's a Freud first. To the winner's circle, number 5, She's a Freud. 2 wins in a row for this New York bred 5-year-old chestnut mare by Freud out of Glory in Motion. Lamarca Stable owns. Jonathan Buckley trains. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. 360 the winning mutual. Exacta 820. 50-cent try, $6.45. Dime Super, $3.45. Second race at Finger Lakes. Scratch number 4, Solo Act. Post time for race number 2 will be posted momentarily.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2, and no beating She's a Freud today as that one gets the victory. Kevin Navarro for Buckley. That makes it 2 in a row to start off the season for that one. 11-9 Maiden Claimer is the second. It goes the distance of 6 furlongs. We do scratch the 4 solo act. That leaves us a field of 5 betting interests. As you see, some early money on the 3, one with everything. He has more of the closing style, so he's got to hope for a little bit of pace here, and there really isn't any. If you look at this race, this one, the Maiden Claimer, and also I think it's the girls in the last, there's a Maiden Claimer, just absolutely no early speed signed up, and makes it more of a difficult race. So you see some of the other contenders. What about the 6, Trojan Mule? Probably liking the off track last time, but one thing he didn't do was stay straight, as this one ended up blowing the turn, or would have won his first career start. So give him another chance today. I'm sure they made some adjustments, and if he can stay straight, he shouldn't have any trouble beating these horses if he runs the same race on a fast track as he did on an off track. The 2 horse is awaiting trial, technically dropping in class as he's making his first start as a 3-year-old, and he's in for a tag. One that did show some tactical speed as a 2-year-old, at least close up to the early pace. He'll be able to add Lasix now as a 3-year-old, making his first start of the season, and it could be very competitive in here as Buckley and Navarro already taken the opener. And then you have the 1 horse, the Sax-On Story, another one that probably wants to close a little bit, but has been close on occasion, and he does draw the rail. So with a lack of pace there, he'll be a lot closer than normal. He caught the sloppy track last time. I did think that Trojan Mule ran a better race than he did, considering Trojan Mule blew the turn and still finished ahead of him. So maybe he could turn the tables from the rail on a fast racetrack today. He's one of the contenders as well. Another one that has a chance to show some early speed would be the 5 Forest Manager. Hasn't shown much in 2 starts, and he cuts back big time in distance. Maybe he's got enough sprint speed to be out there. It's really questionable as far as what the pace is concerned. So we'll see what happens here. Maybe the 6 Trojan Mule just goes to the lead and keeps going. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in this race.
Horses coming on the track for the second race from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 4, Solo Act. Here's your field. Number 1 is the Saxon Story and Luis Perez. Number 2, Awaiting Trial and Kevin Navarro. Number 3 is One with Everything and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5, Forest Manager, Eamon Harkey, the jockey. Number 6, Trojan Mule, John Barrios, in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. Approach the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 5 to go 6 furlongs, maiden claimers, even money. Number 6, Trojan Mule. Awaiting trial into line, one with everything. And Forest Manager will be the last to load up. Forest Manager going up and in. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Trojan Mule broke outward but for the front end. Awaiting trial, flashing early speed. Forest Managers in third. Then it's one with everything to the outside of the Saxon Story. 2 by 3, if you will, up the backstretch they travel. Awaiting trial and Trojan Mule. These two spar for the lead. One with everything spying on the speed in third. 3 lengths off the lead. 3 parts of a length of Forest Manager outside in fourth. And the Saxon Story has been shuffled back to the tail of the field and about 8.5 lengths off the lead. Entry into the turn. Trojan Mule to the outside of Awaiting Trial. Trojan Mule with the neck in front of Awaiting Trial. A space of about 4.5 lengths. Forest Manager and the Green Silks to the outside of One with Everything. And the Saxon Stories at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. Trojan Mule has the advantage on Awaiting Trial with 3/16 to go. One with Everything tries to get into the race on the outside third. 4 lengths off the lead. They got 1 furlong to go. Trojan Mule with the lead over Awaiting Trial. One with Everything's 3 lengths off the pace in third. 16th to go. Trojan Mule, One with Everything. A final try on the outside. One with Everything in a photo finish with Trojan Mule. Then it was Awaiting Trial and Forest Manager. Photo finish for the win. 6 furlongs, 113.40. Number 3. One with Everything first. Second, number 6, Trojan Mule. Third, the 2. Awaiting Trial. Fourth, the 5, Forest Manager. Second race official. One with everything pays $5.30 to win. One with everything. New York bred. 4-year-old gray gelding by Leah Frick out of Darwin's Lady. Craig Benoit, Heather Mirjewski, and others are the owners. Timothy Murphy is the trainer. Emmanuel De Diego, the winning jockey. The New Hill Farm bred, one with everything. Double, $13.80. Exacta, $23.20. 50-cent try, $35.12. Dime Super, $12.82. Third race from Finger Lakes. Put Andre Worry on number 4, Jackson Avenue. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Pick 4. Pick 4 starts in this third race.
All right, great finish to race number 2. Came down to a photo as Trojan Mule, trying for the lead, ended up getting in a battle with a waiting trial. Softened him enough that won with everything, able to get something to run at, and just caught him at the wire. Manuel DiDiego for the Murph. Murph having a career spring here. He wins with one with everything. Looking at the third race here, and we have a jockey change, obviously on the 4, Jackson Avenue. Andre Worry will pick up the mount on that one. Well, look at the board right now. Got a lot of early play on Sweet Anniversary. Well, why not? She is undefeated here at Finger Lakes, a perfect 4 for 4, but she is making her first at Aqueduct. So very consistent horse. I guess the only question mark will be the fitness coming off that layoff. Now, it does have some turf breeding, which was interesting. I mentioned this earlier. She did run once on the turf and actually ran very well at Aqueduct, so maybe another one. There's a couple of them today that might have futures on the turf. Fabulous Fox, well, she's got the talent. It's just she did not have a good winner at Aqueduct. She just could not hit the board in any of those races, but came back here and ran a solid third against a good field, including Eros's Girl, who ran a good time for the day and beat a solid field. I mean, Sandy's Garden was in that race. Sandy's Garden, a real classy one. So she finished behind that one. No shame for Fabulous Fox. So maybe she's on the improve, and if she's sharp enough, she could pull off the minor upset. The other for our junior horse is the 5, Dorsal Dancer. Well, Dorsal Dancer has won 2 of her last 4 starts and seems to be getting better, at least towards the end of the fall last year. That coming off the layoff here, maybe she'll come back a better horse. She should be tough either way, running in the 2 state bred, and is another one that could be a threat in race number 3. We start the early pick 4, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and the pick 3 starts in this race.
Fillies and mares are coming on the track for the third race from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Saloon Girl and Joelle Cruz. Number 2, Fabulous Fox and Christian Mirage. Number 3, Sweet Anniversary, Cabercoa. Number 4, Jackson Avenue, Jockey Change Andre Worry. And number 5, Dorth's Soul Dancer, Luis Perez partners up. Post time in approximately 3 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. Approaching the gate at Finger Lakes. Fillies and mares have made their way to the starting gate for race number 3. Saloon Girl, the first to load up. Dorth's Soul Dancer to the outside. And they're off. Sweet Anniversary broke well, and Motors out for the front end. Saloon Girl towards the inside, and here's Fabulous Fox, splitting rivals up into second, contending for the top spot. Fourth place, Dorth's Soul Dancers, about 2 lengths in front of Jackson Avenue, who's at the back of the pack as they race up the backstretch. Fabulous Fox has the lead, but did have to work for it, less than a half mile to go. Sweet Anniversary stalks on the outside in second. Saloon Girl towards the inside, third, about 2 lengths off the lead. Half length at Dorth's Soul Dancer in contention in fourth, and 2 more lengths back to Jackson Avenue, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go, and Sweet Anniversary makes her move to the outside of Fabulous Fox and takes over the lead. Dorth's Soul Dancer ranging up to the outside, almost up into a joint second, but going very wide. Saloon Girls at the fence in fourth. They're in upper stretch. It's Sweet Anniversary, who's homeward bound, has the lead by 3 lengths. Dorth's Soul Dancer on the outside, up in the second. Saloon Girl attempts to re-rally up the inside third. 16th to go. It's Sweet Anniversary. Sweet Anniversary. A nice looking performance, wins by 4. Dorth's Soul Dancer second. Saloon Girl third. Fabulous Fox fourth. Third race official. Sweet Anniversary pays $250 to win. Double 10-20. Exacta $9. 50-cent trifecta. Get to that in just a second. Dime superfecta $7.02. 50-cent try $18.37. In the winner's circle, number 3, Sweet Anniversary. Now 5 for 9 lifetime. New York bred. 4-year-old dark brown filly by Solomini out of South Wing. Michael R. D. Tommaso, the owner. And Anthony Ferraro, the trainer. And Caber Coa, the winning jockey. Cheryl Prudhomme and Dr. Michael Gallivan bred Sweet Anniversary. Fourth race at Finger Lakes. Put Eben Harkey on number 1, Goldini, part of the entry. Put Luis Perez on number 4, Reckless Place. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double. Late pick 5 wagering, post time in about 21 minutes.
We're in the paddock for race number 4, and very impressive looking filly in that race. Sweet Anniversary. Well, how good is she? And that's the question. I think she looked like the winner before they even hit the quarter. And Caber Coa never really, just mild urging on Sweet Anniversary. Yeah, she's headed for bigger and better things. I think she will be running at Saratoga later this summer, and maybe we'll see her a couple times here, maybe in the stakes races. She has not lost here at Finger Lakes. She's a perfect 5 for 5. And man, does she look like a stakes horse. Watch out for her. She's just meant for bigger and better things. 5,000 claimer is the 4th, and you know, you look at this race, a little more open. I mean, that one was probably everybody's single, but this one's a little more open, and you got the entry, 2 for the price of 1 for multiple owners here. You got Linda Dixon and Jeff Engelhardt as the 2 trainers, Goldini and Full Moon Fever. Heeman Harkey will pick up the mount on Goldini as Jackie will be healing here for a little while. Goldini's an interesting one because he's had a lot of starts, got some class. I mean, he's faced tougher throughout his career, and then dropped to 5,000 here last year. And towards the end of the year, he was just missing. He just missed against American Gentleman, a horse by American Pharaoh. No shame there. And then came back and ran for the waiver, will again today, but gets a better distance. So gets the 1 sprint, now the route, and obvious or logical player, I should say, in this spot. Full Moon Fever, yeah, he may need a race. We'll see. I mean, it's tough to do coming off a long layoff, going the mile 70, and he certainly plays. I mean, at least you got 2 entries for the 1, but I think Goldini might be the stronger of the 2, just on recent races. It's not really, they have much to do with each other except for one of the multiple owners. The 5 horse was the one that I picked, Devil or Angel. Devil or Angel, 1 going to mile 70 and a 1 state bred when stretched out from the sprint last year. Of course, had multiple races going into that race, so had some fitness. This time he's only got 1 sprint to the route, but does catch a softer field. I mean, the horse is dropping to 5,000 in this spot, so interesting move here. But Devil or Angel looks to be awfully tough in this race. So, you know, you got to consider this horse as Caber Coa got off the 4 Reckless Place to ride here for Michael Lassesi. But the 4 horse Reckless Place does have somewhat of a fitness edge, running in multiple sprints before stretching out to this route. Louis Perez will pick up the mount for Reckless Place. So I got the 6-1-4 in the 4th race. Exacta Tri, Super Daily Double, and Late Pick 5 starts with this race.
Coming on the track, fourth race at Finger Lakes. No scratches. Here's your field. First half of the entry, the 1 Goldini. Jockey change, Heeman Harkey. 1A is Full Moon Fever. Andre Worry, the rider. Number 2, Interstate. With Christian Navarro. Number 3 is Ring Good. Rafael Rohina Jr. Number 4, Reckless Place. Jockey change, Luis Perez. Number 5, Devil or Angel, Cabercoa. And number 6, Hot Rod Lincoln, John Barrios, the rider. Post time in approximately 3 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go a mile 70 yards. Even money on the entry of Goldini and Full Moon Fever. 2-1 number 5 Devil or Angel. 5-2 on number 4 Reckless Place. Goldini goes up. Ring Good. Reckless Place. Devil or Angel. It looks like Full Moon Fever, the last to load up. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Hot Rod Lincoln. Motors out for the front end. Devil or Angel, Goldini, and Interstate make up the next flight, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Full Moon Fever to the outside of Reckless Place, 5th and 6th, and a couple lengths to Ring Good, who trails the field as they navigate the first turn. It's Hot Rod Lincoln on the engine, has the lead by 4 open lengths over Goldini to the outside of Interstate for 2nd. 3 more lengths to Devil or Angel mid-flight in 4th, to the outside of Reckless Place in 5th. Second last, Full Moon Fever, and about 11 lengths off the lead. And then 2 more lengths to Ring Good, who's at the back. 5 furlongs to go, and it's Hot Rod Lincoln. Hot Rod Lincoln, scorching his way up the backstretch, has a lead by 7 lengths. Goldini and Interstate are 2nd and 3rd in tandem. Then a couple lengths back to Reckless Place in 4th, and 9 lengths off the lead. And then it is Ring Good is on the far outside and about 10 lengths off the lead. Full Moon Fever's towards the rail, and Devil or Angel's in between horses, and they're on the far turn. Hot Rod Lincoln's lead evaporating. The lead's only 2 lengths as Interstate gets first crack at that one. Reckless Place charges up to the 4 wide side. Goldini is in between horses, had the check and goes to the outside, about 5 wide into the stretch. Reckless Place has the lead over Interstate. These two are nip and tuck as they run down to mid-stretch. They're clear by 5 over Goldini in 3rd as they run to the 16th pole. A struggle between Interstate and Reckless Place. Neither one wants to lose. 70 yards to the finish. Interstate and Reckless Place. Reckless Place, Interstate. Here's the finish. Head bobber between those two. Interstate to the inside of Reckless Place into 4th from Finger Lakes. Number 2, Interstate, got the head down at the right time, defeating number 4, Reckless Place. Third, number 1, Goldini. Fourth, number 3, Ring Good. 2413. Fourth race is official to the winner's circle. Number 2, Interstate. New York bred. 7-year-old dark brown gelding by Frost Giant out of Come On Feet. Anuska Marrero is the owner. Nurka Huertas, the trainer. And Christian Navarro, the winning jockey. David Campbell bred Interstate. Daily double, $24. Exacta, $137. 50-cent try, $91. Dime super, $66.30. 50-cent pick 3, $39.62. Fifth race from Finger Lakes, put Nazario Alvarado on number 2, Disco Dancer. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time in about 20 minutes. And a claim in race 4, number 5, Devil or Angel, 2A Shake. Michael Foster, new owner. Richie Schaefer, new trainer. Number 5, Devil or Angel, claimed out of race 4.
All right, getting ready for race number 5. Yeah, big upset in that race. Congratulations to that man. Thought could have went and gotten lunch and gone back by the time they hit the wire. 5th race, a maiden race, going 5.5. We got Naz Alvarado on the 2 Disco Dancer. Look at the board right now. A lot of early play on the entry. You got 2 for the price of 1 for the John Buckley entry. You got gray-haired Gus, who's had a start. And you got Racer X, very well bred as well. But gray-haired Gus, man, this horse had a lot to do in that race. It lost contact with the field. It was a restricted 3-year-old field, but this horse was back more like 13, 14 lengths at the beginning of that race and did make up a lot of ground in the late stages coming up the inside. But he's got to get in contact with the field. Maybe it was the sloppy track or something, but this horse got taken back and tried to make that late move, and did come running. See if he can be a little sharper early. He should be awfully tough in here if he is. Racer X is a $40,000 yearling out of a dam by Quality Road. Works aren't the fastest for this horse, but certainly the breeding is there, and he'll debut with Lasix, both of them representing Windy Leaf Farm, and getting a lot of early play at 4 to 5. Look at some of the other ones. He had Sweet Julian. Sweet Julian coming out of the same race as gray-haired Gus. Now, Sweet Julian didn't fare as well. He was the one that got the early lead in there. It wasn't really that fast, but this will be the first time on a fast racetrack for this horse. And he just stopped in the late stages. So no real excuse as far as that is concerned, but maybe getting a fast track today, this horse could bounce back and run better. Certainly got to be dangerous with his tactical speed. He's getting a little play at 7 to 2. And, you know, you look at the 6 Mama's Middle, based on the past numbers, this horse is going to get some play. Ran a good second at Saratoga back in August, but it's only had 1 race since, and that was in Saratoga as well. So he's been away from the races for a while, shows up here in a maiden race out of an unraced mare. Of course, that number in the race that he got second, yeah, that's good enough to beat these, but that's a big if considering that he's been off so long. But it is a nice sign that he's got a bull at work going 5 furlongs leading up to this race. That could make him a strong contender in this one. He's getting a little action at 7 to 2. So those are some of the horses getting play here. A lot of early play on that entry. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Daily Double offered in here.
Seven minutes to race number 5. Don't forget to join us here on Saturday for the Belmont Stakes, simulcast from Saratoga. Saturday, June 7th, Belmont Stakes goes off at about 7:04 p.m. Card starts at around 10:30, goes to about 8 p.m. Advanced wagering for the Belmont Stakes taking place here at Finger Lakes the day before. Make your plans now to join us here at Finger Lakes to watch and bet on the Belmont Stakes from Saratoga, Saturday, June 7th. Horses coming on the track. Full race number 5. Started a late 50-cent pick 4. No scratches. Let's meet the field. First half of the entry is the 1, Racer X. Apparently we're going to go with the 3. Sweet Julian and Cabercoa. Number 4 is Snowstorm and Joel Cruz. Number 5, My Kinda Crazy, Luis Perez. Number 6, Mama's Midi and Carlos Camilo. There's number 2, Disco Dancer, Nazario Alvarado, the jockey change. There's the 1, Racer X, Christian Navarro. One A gray-haired Gus, Kevin Navarro. And number 7, Renaissance Man, Heeman Harkey. Post time in a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 maidens, 7 betting interests, going 5 1/2 furlongs. Bet down 4 to 5. The entry of Racer X and Gray-Haired Gus. 3 to 1, number 3, Sweet Julian. 3 to 1, number 6, Mama's Midi. Sweet Julian in the blue silks, worn by Caber Koa. Next up into the gate, Snowstorm. Gray-Haired Gus. Mama's Midi. And Renaissance Man. 3 to 4 in the entry. Renaissance Man. Riders off. Disco Dancer. Backing out Disco Dancer. Rider climbing back aboard Disco Dancer. Reloading Disco Dancer. Mama's Midi. And Renaissance Man. They're all in the gate. And they're off. My Kind of Crazy broke a step slow. It's Sweet Julian who accelerates out for the front end. Disco Dancers up the inside second. Snowstorm emerging in third, then in fourth. That's Renaissance Man. A length and a half to Gray-Haired Gus to the outside of Racer X. Mama's Middy's advancing on the outside, 5 off the lead, and at the back, that's My Kind of Crazy. It's Sweet Julian on the front end, has a lead by a length and a half. Renaissance Man trying to bridge the gap in second. Snowstorm backs off a little bit in third. Mama's Middy's outside of him in fourth. There goes My Kind of Crazy from dead last. Up on the outside, up into the top 4.5 lengths off the lead. Near the back of the pack is Gray-Haired Gus passing Disco Dancer, and Racer X is at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Sweet Julian has the lead. The lead's a length and a half. Mama's Middy bearing down on the outside in second. These two are well clear. They got 1 furlong to go. Sweet Julian has a 2-length lead. Mama's Middy outside second. Deep stretch. Sweet Julian. Mama's Middy a final try, but Sweet Julian will get there. Holding off Mama's Middy. Then it was Gray-Haired Gus and Snowstorm. Three, 6, 1A, 4. Number 3, Sweet Julian first. To the winner's circle, number 3, Sweet Julian. Third career start, a winning one, New York bred. 3-year-old dark brown getting by Jovia out of Jimmy Bags. Jeff Fazio is the owner. Fazio Stables bred Sweet Julians. James Aquilano is the trainer. And Kaber Koa with a riding double today. Double, $174. Exacta, $39.60. 50-cent try, $15.25. Dime Super, $14.75. 50-cent pick 3, $51.12. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $513.50. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 7, Tiz Donegal. Put Stephen Frett on number 3, Kingdom on Pause. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time in about 20 minutes.
All right, coming up on race number 6. Good finish to that one with Sweet Julian coming out ahead. That's Cabercoa for Aquilano. That'll start off the late pick 4. Now we look at the 6. It goes around. This goes a distance of a mile. Never won 3 condition. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in pick 3 starts in here. We do scratch the 7. Tis Donegal. A couple in here that are dropping in class. You got the 1 Ironman Ira for Robert Johnston, who's been running against tough lifetime condition horses at the 17.5 level in New York. And then you got Ice Time, who also has been running in conditional claimers in New York, going the routes this spring. So Ironman Ira seems to have the little bit better form of the two and is in the race a little bit more. This horse has got more speed. Ice Time is more of the deep late closer. Now Ironman Ira is very well bred out of a stakes place mare, Saintly Rose. Leoban, we've seen a few good ones from that one, and did just win the 2 lifetime condition, going this particular distance, 1 mile. So gets a little class relief here, and as you see, getting a lot of early play at odds of 8-5. You know, Street Cop Officer is going to get some action for M. Anthony Ferraro. You'd like to see this horse have a race under him if you're going to play him, but he's in a reduced level considering he dropped to 11-9 at the end of last year, so he is eligible for the waiver claim. So he comes back for the same price, and he's protected. So that automatically makes him players better than most of these horses. It's just a matter of fitness here coming off that layoff. And Ice Time also, he's probably more at the mercy of the pace. He just has no early speed whatsoever, but a very, very well-bred horse. He wants to go further. I mean, this horse wants to go further than a mile when you look at the breeding. Out of that dam by Tiz now, the dam is a multiple stakes winner on the turf, actually. So see if this one ever hits the turf, but definitely wants as much distance as possible. Does get a mile here, but that makes him a little more at the mercy of the pace. Doesn't seem like he's going to have much for early speed in the early going. So that's a few of the contenders for race number 6. Again, we start the last pick 3 of the day and the racing week. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, also available.
Horses coming on the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 7. Here's your field. Number 1 is Iron Man Ira. Kaberkoa, the rider. Number 2, Rockable. And Michael Davila Jr. Number 3 is Kingdom on Pause. Jockey change Stephen Frett. Number 4, Independent Paul, Joel Cruz, the jock. Number 5, Ice Time, Christian Mirage. Number 6, Street Cop Officer, Luis Perez. And number 8, It's Not Over Yet, Andre Worry, in the irons. Post time in approximately 3 minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Rockable going up. Even Money Ironman Ira. Ice Time. Street Cop Officer. And it's not over yet. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Good start. It's Ironman Ira and Rockable, the two inside horses who send out for the front end. And then it's Street Cop Officer will be 3 wide around that first turn. Kingdom on Pause is towards his inside, and it's not over yet is 3 wide in 5th and 5.5 lengths off the lead. A space of 3 lengths to Independent Paul, who's about 7 lengths in front of Ice Time in the 7th and trailing position. As they transition to the backstretch, Ironman Ira has a lead by a half length over Rockable and those red blinkers in second. They're clear by a couple lengths. Kingdom on Pause is to the inside of Street Cop Officer. They're in tandem 3rd and 4th. It's not over yet. Still 3 wide up the backstretch in 5th, 4 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3 lengths to Independent Paul, who's about 6 lengths in front of Ice Time. As they make the entry into the far turn, Ironman Ira inches away from Rockable by a length and a half. As it's Street Cop Officer who charges up to the outside in 3rd. Kingdom on Pause towards the inside. It's not over yet. Will be wide around both turns. Then about 6 lengths back to Ice Time, who's out of last. Independent Paul trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch, and Ironman Ira is in control here. Ironman Ira off the turn, leading by about 7 lengths. Rockable's all out to try to hold second. Ice Time's on the grandstand side as they run to the 16th pole. Ironman Ira will give jockey Caber Koa 3 wins on the Wednesday card. Win this race by double digits. Rockable 2nd, Ice Time 3rd, Independent Paul 4th. One, two, five, four. Number 1, Ironman Ira first. Back to the winner's circle. Number 1, Iron Man Ira. New York bred. 4-year-old big gelding by Le Bon out of St. Lee Rose. Bruno Schickendans is the owner. Robert Johnston is the trainer. Caber Koa with a riding triple today. McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds LLC bred Iron Man Ira. $2.80 the winning mutual. Daily double $20.40. Exacta $39.60. 50-cent trifecta $22. Dime Super $20.82. Pick 4 for a 4 $88.25. Seventh race from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 2, Nikki Brainburst, and number 5, Bald Kitten. Post time for race 7 in about 20 minutes or so. Had a couple claims out of race 6. Two-way shake for the winner, number 1 Ironman Ira. For new trainer Richie Schaefer, Michael Foster. And Dominic claimed Ironman Ira. Then the 5 Ice Time was claimed new owner trainer Timothy Murphy.
All right, getting ready for race number 7. Yeah, that was over. That was a fight, as they used to say. They would have stopped it. Ironman Ira, gone, and a very easy victory in race number 6. We scratched the 2. Nikki Brainburst scratched the 5. Bald Kitten. Look at a couple of the main contenders. They're on the outside. You got the 6 Annunciate, very impressive herself when she won first time out. She just cruised to victory. Very well-bred horse, and she's a half to Wells Bayou, who's won the Louisiana Derby, actually, greatest stakes, and this one out of Whispering Angel, who only had a few starts, but won the first 2 of them, and they're both on the turf. But this one by Spitestown out of a dam by Hard Spun. Yeah, she ran to her breeding. She won easily in that maiden. Wouldn't be a big surprise if she came right back here against winners. The main threat would be on the outside, the 7 Shaman Princess. So she's had her chances, and she actually has been here before. She ran here back in November, was a beaten favorite that day. It was a good field, including Dark Princess, who won the race. But she's very consistent as far as being close. She had 3 straight seconds in those claiming races in New York before catching the slop last time. Only career win is actually on the turf, but you know, numbers wise and class wise, she obviously fits with these horses, and that's why she's 2-1. The only other horse that's getting play would be the 3 Out of the Cloud. She's kind of more of the underneath type. She's 1 for 20 in her career, but she has those 6 thirds. But she ran very well off of the break, running 3rd against a pretty good field where Sky Travel won pretty easily, and she was still passing some of those horses. She was 27-1 that day. She'll be a price here, but she is getting some early play in race number 7. A lot of the early play on Annunciate, the second-time starter for Windy Leaf Farm. Exactitry Super Daily Double offered in race number 7. Scratch the 2 and the 5.
Coming on the track for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2 and 5. Let's meet the field. Number 1, Playing with Dolls and Joelle Cruz. Number 3, Outta the Cloud, Kristen Navarro. Number 4, Change Order, Andre Worry. Number 6, Enunciate, Kevin Navarro. And number 7, Shaman Princess and Christian Mirage. Post time in about 3 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5 fillies and mares, an allowance race, non-winners of 2. Even money, number 6, Enunciate. 8 to 5, number 7, Shaman Princess. Playing with Dowels, the first to go up. Out of the Cloud into line. Change Order. 2 out. The favorites. Enunciate, current second choice, 7 to 5, and even money favorite number 7, Shaman Princess, to the outside. They're on the gate, and they're off. They've broken a perfect line. It's Shaman Princess and Enunciate, the outside 2, and the 2 favorites who send out for the lead. Out of the Cloud, tracks in third, backs off the pace, 4 lengths off the lead. Then a little over a length to Change Order, who's 3 wide, and Playing with Dowels at the fence at the back. 2 distinct flights, 7 lengths from front to last, and we got an old-fashioned speed duel on the front end. Enunciate and Shaman Princess, they're going at it. They're clear by 7. Playing with Dowels kicks on through towards the inside to get third, and then it's Out of the Cloud in fourth, and a length back to Change Order, who trails the field. 5/16 to go. Enunciate and Shaman Princess, they've been in match race mode since the gates were unlatched. In third, Playing with Dowels, and about 5 lengths off the lead and getting the trip as they turn into the stretch. Still a struggle between Shaman Princess and Enunciate, but it's Playing with Dowels, who's 4 lengths off the lead with 1 furlong to go. Shaman Princess gets the better of Enunciate. Will have to fend off Playing with Dowels on the outside. 16th to go. Shaman Princess by 3. Playing with Dowels up in the second, but will not catch up with Shaman Princess. Third place was close. Out of the Cloud in that photo with Change Order. Number 7, Shaman Princess first. Second, number 1, Playing with Dowels. Photo for third. Third, number 3, Out of the Cloud. And fourth, number 6, Enunciate. 7136, 5.5 furlongs, 106.21. And back to the winner's circle, number 7, Shaman Princess. New York bred. 5-year-old bay mare by Shaman Ghost out of Storied Lady. Tri-County Stable owns. Rudy Rodriguez trains, and Christian Mirage, the winning jockey. Tri-County Stables bred Shaman Princess. Double $7.20, exacta $16.20. 50-cent trifecta $10.20, dime super $3.60. $3.60 the winning mutual on Shaman Princess. Eighth and final from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the eighth and final in about 18 minutes.
All right, getting ready to conclude this racing card as another racing week will come to an end. We look back at race number 7. Shaman Princess finally breaking through with a victory. That was Christian Marat, the apprentice rider, getting the win. Rudy Rodriguez, winning trainer. He's had a bunch that he sends to Finger Lakes, and that one looked the part. Good-looking performance by Shaman Princess. Much the best in that race. Just a reminder, we are dark the next few days. Our next live racing day will be Monday. But over the weekend, we will be open for simulcast wagering. We got all the Belmont at Saratoga action, as Saratoga will run a few days, and we will have all the action, including the Belmont Stakes, which takes place at Saratoga. Okay, looking at the 8th, it is a maiden claimer. It goes the distance of 6 furlongs. Early money on the inside horse, the one Only in My Dreams. Not the best of trips last time, mainly because of the break. This horse did not break well at all, going shorter at 5 furlongs. Ended up making a nice move, got caught behind horses, and just never really in it. Draws the rail here again, though. I guess that would be the only issue if she's got some problems breaking from in there. But it is her second start. A change of jockeys, goes first time Lasix, and easier field in a sense. Arguably. There are a few good ones in here, but this one's at odds of 9-5. The 6 horse is Sigmund's Dream. This one comes up in class. She ran her first start against the bottoms, 5,000s, but ran well. Ran a pretty decent second, despite breaking badly in that race. So how good is she? I mean, that was a weaker field, but then again, she overcame some trouble, so she was probably better than those. So she does step up slightly here for her second start, but would be no surprise off the number and off the trouble. Kitty of War is another one that you consider, because this one drops in class. Ran against maiden special weights and ran third against the maiden special weights. And it was the horse that was second was alone on the lead that day in very slow fractions. So, actually, no, that was wrong. Actually, that was the race where Sky Travel, one Party at the Post was trying to come up with, was the one that came back to win her next start. It actually turns into a key race, at least the first 2 of them. But then the next start was another horse that came out of another key race, talking about World Bank. So the 2 races that Kitty of Bank comes out of in those main special weights actually turned out to be pretty well-graded races. And now she drops the face a lot easier against the 11 and 9s. So she would be no surprise in here at odds of 7-2. Baker Murray is the 2 horse. She dropped last time against the 11 and 9s. She didn't fare too well in that particular race, but also got caught wide. So she moves inside today. So you'd figure she'd get a more ground-saving trip. Maybe another one to use in tries and super. So that's some of the contenders here for the last race. Again, you got about 5 minutes to post. They're about to go on the track. Exacta Try and Super offered in here.
Fillies and mares coming on the track, 8th and final, Finger Lakes. Looks like we're going with the 2, Banker Murray and Kristen Mirage. Number 3, Kitty of War and Emmanuel de Diego aboard. Number 4, Stage Conflict and Juan Diaz. Number 5, Queen of All My Dreams, Nazario Alvarado. Number 6. Well, looks like we're going with the 7, Divorced of Course, and Heeman Harkey. There's the 1, Only in My Dreams, Andre Worry. And number 6, Sigmund's Dream, John Barrios. Post time in just a few. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes on a Wednesday. Got a field of 7 fillies and mares, maiden claimers to go 6 furlongs. 6 to 5 on number 1, Only in My Dreams. 2 to 1 on number 3, Kitty of War, and 7 to 2 on number 6, Sigmund's Dream. Loading up for the 8th and final. Let everyone know Monday's program now online. To get a head start on next week's action here at Finger Lakes. Program's online now at fingerlakesgaming.com. Trying to load up Queen of All My Dreams. We have a late scratch. Scratch number 6, Sigmund's Dream. Number 6, Sigmund's Dream is a late scratch from this 8th and final. Scratch number 6, Sigmund's Dream. There'll be a short delay. Loading up once again. Down to a field of 6 with the late scratch of number 6, Sigmund's Dream. Even money on number 1, Only in My Dreams. 3-2 on number 3, Kitty of War. Kitty of War going up. Staged Conflict. Divorced, of course. They're all on the gate. And they're off. It's Kitty of War and Banker Murray. These two blast out for the front. Divorced, of course, tries to make it a line of 3. Only in My Dreams is up the inside in 4th and takes back off the pace, 3 lengths off the lead. 2 more lengths to Queen of All My Dreams in 5th, and 2 more lengths to Stage Conflict, who's in the 6th and trailing position. Kitty of War and Banker Murray, these two together as one with less than a half mile to go. Only in My Dreams gets off the inside in 3rd. Divorced, of course, is outside of her in 4th. 3 more lengths to Queen of All My Dreams, who's 2 lengths in front of Stage Conflict, who trails the field. Midway on the turn, it's Kitty of War and Banker Murray 1st and 2nd. Only in My Dreams coming under a ride in 3rd. Divorced, of course, 4 wide. Queen of All My Dreams circling up on the extreme outside as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And it's Kitty of War, who's homeward bound, has the lead over Banker Murray. Divorced, of course, is on the outside, a length and a half off the lead. And Queen of All My Dreams in the stand side. Stage Conflict behind rivals, only about 2 lengths off the lead. A frantic finish here, 16th to go. It's Kitty of War, Stage Conflict, Divorced, of course. Divorced, of course, wins. Kitty of War 2nd, 3rd Stage Conflict, 4th Banker Murray. Seven, 3, 4, 2. Divorced, of course, first. You are reminded there was a late scratch in this race of number 6, Sigmund's Dream. Final running time 1:14.22 to the winner's circle, number 7, Divorced, of course. New York bred, 3-year-old bay filly by Spun to Run out of Madame Bourbon. Ralph D'Alessandro and Michael McMahon, the ownership. Ralph's the trainer. And Heman Harkey, the winning jockey. Spruce Lane Farm and others bred, divorced of course. 11.20 the winning mutual. Regular double $33.80, consolation double $3.40, exacta $29, 50-cent trifecta $32. Dime super $7.342, $17.05. Regular pick 3 $177, $13.37. Consolation pick 3 $1.47. Pick 4 $60.